Hello, and welcome. Let's do the screen capture. That's what I need. Boom. Turn the old, turn the old light on. Right, let's go. So, we are now limited a little bit down in terms of the old weapons. We've got less weapons in here to make stuff a little bit more reasonable. So we got Sword and Shield, Dual Blades, Charge Blade, and Insect Glaive are the four we're going to be using, which should be interesting. Especially Charge Blade. Oh, that's going to be a disaster. That's going to be a disaster. But hey, it'll be interesting, if nothing else. It'll be interesting. Hiya Iron, hi Crone, hiya Mace, hiya Vongla. And Summers as well, welcome. Good to see all of you, hope you're all doing well today. Too bad you're working right now. Why so? Whee! I mean, in general, fair enough, but any particular reason? You missed me, it's been one day, Mace. Hasn't it? It's been from yesterday to today, that's it. It's just because of your job. Okay, fair enough. Understand that one? Also, those of you who are particularly acute, perceptive, will notice I am wearing different armor. I just quickly checked what I could make, see if I can make myself a little mixed set for the early game. So what I've done is I've put the Roggy helmet into my wish list. We have Roggy legs, Azuchi waist and chest piece, battle arms, and I'm gonna have a Roggy head. And in terms of skills, I don't think my face is in the way, it's not. Crit Eye 2, Crit Sheath 1. I think I will lose the Divine Blessing, I think that's from my helmet. I will get Recovery Speed 1 and Evade Extender 2 as well when I'm done with it. So it's a pretty nice little set, and honestly, I think it matches quite well. Considering the helmet's going to be a little cowboy hat, I think it's pretty good. Okay, let's just make sure our rule still applies. Gathering quests do not count, cool.
It's a good day for a hunt.
For some reason. Let's get those suckers out of the way first. The Jelly Charge Blade Summers? I don't know what Charge Blades I picked. Let me have a look. Open up my stuff here.
Stretch of land, nothing but dust and sand.
Charge Blade, Nug, Cougar, Magnamalo, and then Kimura for a long time until Malzeno.
Shadows monsters thresh, mad with lust for blood and flesh.
Is the plan? Whoops. Hello. There's a thing here. Good morning, Zale. Welcome. How you doing? Still working their official 4-day holidays, but you're an essential worker. Ah, that's annoying. That's annoying. Acolyte. Oh, God. Which I apparently need some of. Oh, I always love it when something like that happens. You mind a thing and you've put stuff on your wish list, you're like, oh, I need a lot of this, sir. I think I need like 13 Acolyte. Actually, I need more than that because you can't multi-wish list a single item. Good for the war. I'm still going into round. I'm doing good, by the way, Crone. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. How are you feeling after your party yesterday? How was your everything feeling after that? Man, I really like the music for this map. Sandy Plains music is very enjoyable to me. Tie-Dyer, yeah, he's just chilling there. Don't mind him. Sometimes it doesn't like it, because for some reason this game does not capture when it's in windowed borderless for me. It just doesn't capture on the game capture, so I have to put it into screen cap. So sometimes when I have to tab out to get to where I want to go, it does that. Any minor points around here? I can't really remember. It's too early to tell. Fair enough. How did your game go yesterday, Dale? I assume it went. I hope it went. You know how this has like a yeehaw sound? I know it has a lady saying yeah. Sounds like... Is that Louis? Lois, probably? Oh, from Family Guy. I don't watch it. Is that Family Guy? It went well, you think? You think? Fair enough. I mean, it went then, at least. That's nice. It did go. That's the important bit. It happened. Hello, Poison Toad. I cannot remember where anything is on this map. I am deliberately not doing the objective, if you're wondering why. I'm just running around. I'm trying to vaguely reacquaint myself with the map. While I have the chance before I'm in the middle of fighting something, and I'm like, what am I doing? That's one of those things. Cool. Sure, I guess I can just grab the bits and go now. And this sucker in. Didn't get as much malachite as I would have wanted, but hey. That's how that goes sometimes. Bit tired, otherwise pretty good. Party was fun. Polaroid camera, you have a little Polaroid. Yeah, that's the best bit. You said that and I was like, oh, hell yeah, dude. That's good stuff. That's super cool, honestly. Whee. I think, if I recall, yeah, there is. I don't know if I can make it there in time, though. Because it takes a while to gather these suckers. Please? Nope. Damn. Hey, Chisel. Welcome. Good to have you. Okay. One more gathering quest, and then we'll actually get going proper on stuff. So a major case of GU toxicity? What do you mean? Just people being mean in the game? Just general... Oh, I spammed so much! Oh, I got rid of my freaking... Oh well.
See you later.
Jesus.
come back anytime.
Seems about right. Honestly. We're in a semi-lurk for now, making a burger.
Take care.
That is very extreme, though. Completely unnecessary, right? Oh, yeah. These games and their obsession with making you run to places. Hello.
How about this weather?
They're fighting each other. That sounds like you should leave that lobby. To me?
Among these endless streams, naught is what it seems.
Hey, Civilis.
Beasts
Welcome.
lurk in the shadows, claiming many a soul.
Good to see ya.
Beware these dark waters. They will swallow you whole.
Pop that open. Because I need it. I need it. Is there any ore around these bits up here? It doesn't appear so. The way you said that implies that's a saying. I've never heard of that, Summers. That's a new one on me. Oh yay, oil. I need Slagtop hide. It's a Slovak one, translated. Ah, okay, that'll be why I've never heard of it then. Makes a lot of sense. Right, I got a mining spot there. If I just need this for the Kimura sword, that means I think I do only need 4. Because I only need one of them. Good. Because I'd really rather not farm for Slagtop hide if I could avoid it. The stuff sucks to get. Once again, I'm going to do a little runsy aroundsy. Gather some basic stuff. Isn't there like a bone pile up here or something? No. Apparently there is not. Or maybe it's on this bit instead. Where are the bones? I remember bones. It's just me being crazy though. Nothing down here. I do really like this. That they added the giant thing to this map though, that's really cool. It just looks good. Mr. Bones Wild Ride. It's invisible. For some reason, it's not helpful at all. I need those. That's a mighty point, I'll take that. Light crystal? Oh my god. The stuff pops up so quickly on the side that I can't even tell how much of the stuff I got that I need. All I know is I need a lot. Don't know how much progress I made, but I need a lot. Thankfully, the nice thing with this pyramid is you don't actually need to go up it at any point in order to do this. You can just run around the side. Hello, lizards. Thank you for your armor sphere. Right, I'm pretty sure... I said this before, but I'm pretty sure there's a bone pile in here, right? Because this is a monster nest? Apparently not. Cool, fine. I don't know a goddamn thing about this map anymore. I've forgotten everything. Hey, Ludroth. Sponge Boy. I'm going to leave. Gadgel, I don't think I need to mess with. I probably should, but yeah. You'll be happy to hear that Rise and Sunbreak armors don't need that much armor spheres like Worlds do. Yeah, that is nice. I did need a disproportionately larger number of armor spheres in World compared to most people, though, I think. Which didn't help, right? Me building all of the stuff that I built was kind of weird. Okey. Doesn't seem to be anything over here. You don't need both of them to get over this one, if I remember. No, you definitely do not. I remember running up here constantly in order to try and get these damn golden bugs for the achievement. Collect 1,000 of those things. It was really annoying. I'll take that, why not? Even though I'm not gonna mess with getting all the relics and whatnot, I might as well pick it up. Since I'm already right there. That's just annoying. Can you climb this? You can. Where the hell is the prism thing? If it says it's up there. I don't know where that is. Oh well. There'll be more. One of them left. That's good. They're not just screaming at each other for the rest of the day. Like a freaking fortune to upgrade. You don't get a lot of money in this game, if I remember right. That's one thing I remember about Rise. It does sort of go a little bit back to older game design compared to Worlds in terms of money. World really like hucked money at you. I don't remember this game doing that. Which is kind of nice. You actually have to, like, sell your monster materials. Which I enjoy. There's another thingy-majig. Might as well. Chuck this down, why not? Not that I could really remember where any of them go, but hey. Is there... Is it up here? Oh god. It should be, because it wasn't down there. There it is. One for Monkey with a random dance partner, and the other for Crab. Are those event quests, though, Summers? Because I don't tend to do the event quests. So I won't be able to, abuse them in that way, right? Those are event quests? Yeah, I never really bother. And even then, if one of them's for a crab, that's not until G rank. If the other one's for monkey, that's not until high rank. Well, it's good to know they exist. My problems are going to exist long before that point. They're both master rank. Oh, I'm just screwed then. Because I'm going to run into many problems in low rank. Actually, no, I'm not, because I got given 1,000,001 eggs, so I'm good. Never mind. I forgot about the 69 gold eggs. Nice. And the... however bloody many... I think 1 platinum egg? I don't know how many of the other eggs I got. Far too many to be reasonable. Right at the start of the game. Ruggy, please. Tink. There's another Macalite, so that's another weapon upgrade good to go. Now I know there's bones down here yet. Just monster bone smalls and nothing else? Come on. 1 piece of mastering armor costs $1 million and something to fully upgrade? Damn. Yeah, not cheap at all. That's a lot of Macalite, which is nice. So hopefully that should be a weapon upgrade.
How may I help you? Come back anytime.
You. What? Let's have a look first, because this game does not make it easy to understand your wish list. Unfortunately. Right, wish list. What can I do? I need a King's Beak for that. I need 3 of those, if I recall right. Yeah. So I'll grab 1 of those. I guess the fighter sword. And the Chimera Charge Blade. Oh, I can do the glaive as well, cool.
What do you want?
I really wish you could wish list stuff even if you couldn't see it.
Gotcha.
It makes the wish list kind of annoying.
Are you forward or upgrade?
But hey, I will live. It's not the end of the world.
Hammer's ready.
Which one of these? Any of them. Literally any of them. It's fine. One of these is going to ice, one of them to thunder, one of them to water, so... Yup. And then sword and board. The fight sword, I can't make it.
Are you forward?
Let's just do another one of these then. Alright! Charge blade.
Hammer's ready. Gotcha.
Is Zinni in the dual blades? Yeah. Yeah, Zinogre's my dual blade weapon.
Take good care of your gear.
And this has a decent amount of green, but 20 less raw. I think I prefer it, to be honest.
It's a good day for a hunt.
Right, now we can switch between doing small monster, large monster. So let's do these little Ludroths,
Don't forget to eat.
and then we will go.
I've been waiting.
Zinogre, I think, was both my dual blades and my sword and shield, right? Yes. Zinogre is both. Hey, Sagando, welcome. Good to have you. Hope you're doing well today. Only time you brought any cosmetic Capcom DLC was for the portable third for Chimera. And the portable third for the farm. You found the original music for annoying for some reason. That's fair. I don't know if I have bought any, to be honest. I don't think there is any reason to not buy it. If you want it, just get it, right? Never let the Nawa sim say it's better. I mean, it is better. That's true, though. Summers. The Narba weapons are better, but the problem is they look worse. So I'm not using them. Also, its upgrade path is significantly more inconvenient, right? Wait, you have the blood mod? I don't have any mods on. I've never modded Rise. Hi Falco, welcome. Your English typing is dog water. Fudge this darky keyboard. Aww. I can imagine that's very frustrating. They're much more heavy on specific sets. Oh, I just looked at them in the, like, in their base form, the way they look. They have more lightning damage. Their sharpness seems to be about the same, if not better. But they had less raw damage, if I'm not mistaken. So overall, for dual blades, they're probably better. For my purposes. Because I don't build specific sets around specific weapons, right? So, for my purposes. The Narba ones are probably better. But they have way more inconvenient upgrade path. Like Zonoga weapons you can get in low rank. Narba weapons you have to wait until the end of high rank, and then you can't upgrade them until the end of G rank. Which when you're just trying to complete all the quests, just play through the game, right? That's just inconvenient. You essentially don't have a lightning weapon for half of high, G rank. And you don't have a lightning weapon until high rank. End of high rank. At which point it's kind of just like, why even build it? If you're going to spend a lot of time in high rank, then it's definitely worth it. If you're going to spend a lot of time at the end of G, absolutely. But the way I'm doing it, it's just like, this is dumb. Why would I do this? It has less sharpness. Oh, okay. So he has a slot? Yeah, I never look at the slots, to be honest. That's for the smart set people like you to do, right? I don't look at that. I just look at the sharpness of the element and go, okay, these are my options, and then look at my options and go, I like the way this weapon looks, and then I build that one. I'm terrible. You do well to remember that you are not smart. I mean, you're talking about building sets around specific weapons. That's smart enough for me. Just because you're not smart, it doesn't mean that I'm not a level below you. My brain's just not built for set building, to be honest. I just end up getting antsy and then wanting to play the game. If I cared enough, I might actually be decent about it, but I don't. I mean, that's how heavy bowgun works, yeah, Mace? If your late game heavy bowgun build doesn't fill up every single item slot, I would be worried that you're doing something wrong. Honestly. Artificially delicious, strengthened our upcoming multi. Nice. And I wish I had a burger. That sounds real nice right now. You're surprised you've lasted this long as a human being.
Have a look around.
Go.
Right, let's get cracking.
I will take that though. 24 ice damage already. Hell yeah, man. I want to upgrade the first one.
Gotcha.
Because this is going to go into Pookie and then into Rathalos. The other one's going to go into Odyssey, which is this tree down here.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
I really wish I could see my, like, box. But I can't, and it really bothers me.
Now get hunting.
How much Macalite do I have? Not enough. Cool.
Oh, it's you.
The nice bread you found yesterday? You googled where you could buy high quality burger buns. Ah! I mean, it makes sense. If they can make high quality burger buns, then why wouldn't they be able to make high quality other stuff, right? It is still bread. It's not necessarily as easy as that, but it is still bread. At the end of the day.
My hammer's ready.
Can I put Azuchi 2 on my wish list here? I can. Cool. That goes there. Magnamalo and Kimura. I might be able to put the next Kimura one. Nope.
What do you need?
That's good. This needs to go further though, because this needs to be the sturdy glaive. Or 2 to Rathian we can't put on our wish list, and the other one's Gorbagala. Which will be a while. I do need my Jewel Blades, which I have.
Oh, hello.
Right, let's do a big monster. An actual quest. Kezu. Great Rogi for the helmet would be nice. Let's do that.
Be careful out there.
Still gonna try and primarily just progress in Village. Is my plan. And then we'll do any farming, hopefully, that I need to do in multi.
Set foot there, never again are found.
Time to upgrade your Pierce Heavy Burger.
For when the bird wyvern comes and unleashes its breath, its virulent poison brings a swift death.
Why does Ruggy look like he has pimples on his back? Because he does? I don't know. He does have little bits on his back, right? He's sensitive about those. The cutscenes work better with the Japanese voice, in your opinion? I've never had it on, so I wouldn't know. Isn't there a thing here? Yeah. Didn't this have a mining spot in it? No, it's just the blade? God damn it. quite funny if you hear it first. It would also make sense that it works better in Japanese, because it's a Japanese style of, like, poetry or whatever, right? So, it would sound better in Japanese, I suppose. Like, can I multi-Arc Demon Dance in this game? Is that what I just saw? I like the cutscenes conceptually. Mace mentioned this earlier, and I did want to speak about it. I do like the cutscenes conceptually. The only thing that I don't like about the cutscenes is the fact that they need to make all of the monsters evil. For some reason. Which is just a thing with this game in general as well, but like, why does every monster need to seem more terrifying and horrible and evil and worse than the one before it? It's just be like nature. But I like the idea. It's a very cool way of doing it. But I suppose it kind of fits into the theme of the game with like yokai and stuff, right? Azeroth's Bloodlust Incarnate. Yeah, despite the fact the only thing it wants is honey. Azeroth don't give a shit about Bloodlust. He just wants honey and fish, dude. That's the only bit to me that's a bit like, what's going on here? But I mean, like, hey, if you want that thematically, cool. I can live with that. Standing on its own, it's very interesting and very neat. Just when you compare it to the rest of the series, and it's a little bit like, what's going on here, eh? I forgot I don't actually have a reasonable amount of armor. I can't tank hits on no health. I suppose Kimura itself would have a lot more reason to potentially think that monsters are evil, right? With the whole destruction of its entire village and whatnot. And they are very much more isolated from the guild, if I'm not mistaken, with the way the game explains it. So they might not necessarily adhere to its teachings as strictly. Yeah, apparently I can't slide down that slope. Dang it. He's injured. Playing this game without damage numbers is really fun, by the way. It makes it a lot more interesting. Oh, it wouldn't be that why I have blood, would it, Sagando? If you don't have blood? But I do, if you have the damage numbers on. Because they still want to give you an indicator of where you're hitting, good, bad, maybe? Don't know if that is the case, it just might be. The numbers are too big. The numbers are too big. But you can just turn them off, so easy peasy. I should play World without the numbers on at some point. See how that... See if it makes World more fun. As well. Because it probably would. No. Earth. Macalite, sorry. Not Earth crystals. But I need some, please. I also need to kill that slag top, but I'm not going to right now. There's a mod. The old Bloody Glory. I don't want it to be in the old Bloody Glory. It was a little bit too much. Depending on how far back we're talking about. Too much. I got 2 Macalite there anyway, I think. What was second G? No, it was way too much. Man. Personally, every time I hit a monster, I don't want to have more total combined amount of blood to spray out of their body than they have inside of it in the first place. It's kind of ludicrous. There we go, there's my set. Early game little early game mix set, looks fine. 57 defense. Crit Eye 2, Evade Extender 2, Quick Sheath Recovery, I like it. Good stuff. Definitely not for me, personally. I think it looks kind of ludicrous.
Welcome to our trade ship.
How am I doing on the olds? I hate that you have to cancel them, that you can't just, like, look. $119? It's pretty good. For now. Got null berries. God bugs would be good to get, so would bitter bugs.
There is great beauty in this village and in the hearts of its inhabitants. Even just watching you choose feels precious to me.
Sure, I'm just gonna put that on again. And then put the bargain in for higher stuff.
Bye-bye.
Then leave. Thank you, Gabba. Appreciate it. Good to see you and welcome. Welcome to you as well. Oh, I am sorry. I'm trying. I don't think it's gonna go well. Calera? Caput? I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Welcome. Good to have ya. Hope you are doing well. Someone in the Gathering Hub wants to talk to me? Don't worry about the name, fair enough.
Sup, Ace?
Drill slash combo? Yes! That's what I wanted to see. Right, anyway, can I change this? No, Flurry Rush is what I prefer, I think. Yeah, I didn't like that one. I recall that. One half of the name, just like you're used to? Yeah, you can just say Calera. It's easier for my poor little brain. Is this my first playthrough? It's not.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven.
I played it through when it came out, when it released way back when. I did a playthrough of it. Not on stream. Mind you. But this will be the first time I'm using weapons other than dual blades. Way back when? I mean, the game released, like, what, 2.5 years ago at this point or something? Or is it Jaggy or Jaggy? Yeah, okay. Seems like you're quite nimble with the controls. Yeah, actually having a controller makes handling the wire bug so easy. But I love it. Still not all too sure-footed with the controllers. Fair enough. I very much had enough time to get used to it. I don't know how many hours I put in, but I got like 100 or so hours. So, I got used to it. And I'm used to playing on controllers a lot as well, so it's normal for me. What's your sensitivity? Oh, I think I got it on base, actually. I think I just left it as it was. Or did I tick it up one? I might have ticked it up one due to my... Is it in here? Using a controller? It's just one. Default across the board. Never changed it, apparently. What do you mean what, Mace? The game's had a... Think about it, man. Game's had a DLC come out, which usually takes a year. For the DLC. And then also we've had, what, 5 title updates, which have come out like once every other month? Or something like that? Of course it's been out for a long time. That's why most of us are like hoping the next Monster Hunter game is just around the corner because we want to play it already. Because Rise has been out for a long time. We've got the next one to play. We want to get going. Next on is supposed to be the last Sunbreak update. Yeah, I mean it's... the way they phrased it was... The Amatsu update is actually the last one, and then the next one is a bonus update, right? Which is ludicrous, because it just means the next update's the last one. I'll have to see when they announce the next Monster Hunter title. And if they're going to do any interesting stuff with it. Because there's the mobile game coming out later this year. Monster Hunter Now is coming out later this year. That was in like August or something, if I recall. And what I would have to assume is they're either going to do a collaborative thing with it. Maybe have, like, the flagship of the game in it and the armor like they did with Monster Hunter Stories in the early game. Or they will completely ignore it, not release at the same time to not split people's attention in multiple directions, and release it next year instead. Is what I would have to guess they'll do with the next game. I suppose they could still do a collaborative thing with it even next year. Acolytes. Man, I want my other demon mode so badly. Refocus on Street Fighter 6. Okay, good start. When's that releasing? Or is it already out? I definitely don't think we've got a Monster Hunter title coming out until the end of this year. At the earliest. Like, September time at the earliest. Demo's available on Steam? Right. So it's probably coming out relatively soon then. It will be completely different teams though, to be fair. So you got to bear in mind, right? The people who make the Street Fighter games and the people who make Monster Hunter will be separate departments. Even if Capcom, the publisher, might have a little bit more focus towards... What'd you call it? Street Fighter?
I've got some great bargains. We have a winner. Anything catch your fancy?
You actually sell anything that I care about?
Have a look around.
I mean,
Coming right
I'll
up.
do that.
What are you looking for?
Like, just casually buy 9 million of them. Cool.
Thank you,
Fishing's
sir.
the only thing that's been consistently downgraded since Generations. Personally, I don't really have a problem with that, but
An excellent purchase. Happy hunting.
you started with For You? I started with Freedom 2.
What do you want?
I'm glad that fishing disappeared.
Gotcha. Right, let's get cracking.
There were so many fishing quests in that game. Oh god, it was a living nightmare, man. If I ever have to deal with that again, it's too soon. Oi, oi, oi. Remember the obligatory egg quests? They still exist. They just moved them somewhere else for some reason. This needs to be the Talon Carvers, too. Does it, though? What's this tree? I will trust myself? Oh, no, it does. Yep.
No problem.
For some reason, there's no, upgrades. Couldn't roll or run and then break. Oh, I remember that, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
What a fun time that was. You could run. Running was fine. It was just rolling that was the issue. Oh, I can upgrade this. Nice. Problem. One of those.
Gotcha.
That's done, that's done.
My hammer's ready.
I think this might go down here, that's there.
Are you
God,
foraging
there's
or
so much
upgrading?
stuff that I need to upgrade early on until we get into a good pattern. Climbed at a snail's pace. Oh yeah, because you couldn't climb up because Even in 4U, right, you couldn't jump climb up because the egg broke if you did that. Nightmare. Nightmare memories coming back to me at the moment. I should be on 3 dual blades? Yep.
How about this weather,
So we got 1 more dual blades before we switch to Glaive. For 2 quests, and then we got another 4 dual blades. And we're out of Rise weapon requests at that point, as I refunded all of the ones to everyone that put in other stuff. Let's take that off, because it's too warm. Whew. I do a Kazu, sure. Why not?
careful out there.
How much damage did that bone weapon have? The sharpness is way worse, but 30 more raw? I'll take it. The map puffs got hunted off. Man, that was always kind of fun though, right? Hi Hasio, welcome. That was always kind of fun. In my opinion.
Nocturnal
I really liked
creatures
it.
Coming out to feast.
Hey, Chisel!
Find themselves becoming
With the
prey
gifty.
to this long-necked beast.
Thank you very much. Have some hearts. It's the time of the month.
They go, definitely deceased. Even miscreant, show your mug if you dare.
Gotta get those channel points.
Turns to face you, you'd rather be elsewhere. Its perturbing expression, a sight too much to bear.
Oh, just wait until you gotta do both of them at the same time, but the hyper and they're stuck in the same arena the whole quest, Mace. Hey! Thank you. The additional 4? Hot damn, dude. Yo, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's crazy. Cheers. You only need to do 1. If you want the channel points. Can't let it stay at an uneven number. I mean, you could have just done 1 more for that as well. Thank you very much. Hi, Peppery. How you doing? Been a little bit since I've seen ya. How are you? Good to have you. I am not the #1 Rise hater, okay? I don't hate Rise. I just think there's a lot that could be improved. Personally, these are not equal things. Improved or removed? Yes. Both. The hardest fight in this game? There's no need to be rude, okay? Look, some people... Monster Hunter, when the combat doesn't click, the game really sucks and just isn't fun. I know who we're talking about, but there's no... We don't need to be mean to them. It's like old school Monster Hunter, right? A lot of us had that in old school Monster Hunter, where it sucked and we weren't having fun and it didn't click and we hated it. And then we went back and we played it again, then we were like, actually, you know what? I'm an idiot, this game's great. I never had that, but I know a lot of people did. But yeah, there's... I don't think that person's conduct was the best. Eva. Hey, you got one, syphilis. Nice. Very nice. Much you like storms, it really is loud. Yeah, they are. You can't get into one no matter how hard you try. Unskippable cutscenes are a deal breaker for you. Do you have the game on PC, Calero? Or have you got it on console?
You okay?
If I'm not mistaken, Mace, the name was... I think it's like... I actually don't know what it is. All I know is that they do Bloodborne speedruns, and they're quite prominent Dark Souls slash Bloodborne, Soulsborne game player. And they rage quit on Kezu. In Village, because it was too difficult for them. Unskippable cutscenes are rough, though. Yeah. But also in World, you can skip the cutscenes if you're on PC. So, that's nice. The audio still plays, which is a bit wonky, but you can skip the cutscenes on PC. Which is always a good time. You're playing in English and not gibberish. Yep. Because if I play in English, it's a lot easier for people who are just listening to the audio to understand what's going on. If they're people who've never played Rise before. One guy with a big beard? Yes. Pretty funny though? I don't know. I just feel bad for them. It's just another instance of the Monster Hunter community kind of not being as good as it pretends it is. The person was really struggling with the game, quite clearly wasn't having a fun time, got to Kezu. A fight which is extremely aggravating. Didn't have a fun time, rage quit. And then everyone mocked them for it. Good job, Monster Hunter community. I'm sure that person was doing some other stuff that wasn't great as well, but there's no need to be needlessly mean to people. Will you die, please? Playing the game is shittiest for babies because it's textbook toxic game behavior, in your opinion? Yeah. But the way that you cure that behavior is not by responding with mockery, right? Because that just sets it in further. Because when you back someone into a corner, all they do is shrink into their corner further. They don't try and expand their thinking. Oh, the monk snail's here. But hey. Like I said, I don't agree with their conduct either. That's not good. But also, How many people do that ages ago? How many people did that exact same thing as kids? Died, played, you know, Monster Hunter Tri, got to Baroth. The game took a difficulty spike and then just went like, fuck this shit, this game sucks. Only idiots play this, throw their Wiimote across the room, never touch the game again. Because I bet it's a lot. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. Especially, like, I know it's not necessarily fair to hold people to that conduct. Even though I do try and hold myself to said conduct, but when you're a public figure like that, you probably should take a little bit more... Try and take a little bit more care in what you say, right? Especially when you're as prolific as a very famous speedrunner that's been to GDQ multiple times. But I understand. At the same time, I get it. I blew my pot of GU yesterday. Because the game was pissing me off. You just don't insult the community. That's not the right way around it.
Dongo are a taste of heaven. Good luck.
Do you try to send the PC off when it storms? No. Because I have a surge protector on my plug socket, which means if the power surges for any reason, like, say for example being struck by lightning, the surge protector in the plug socket will break and snap itself and then turn the power off before it gets to my computer.
Night. Amid the sound of water, a beast prepares to fight.
What was that conduct? What Peppery said, Mace?
Will bow before its might.
It's shocking for a Dark Souls player to rage quit on Monster Hunter though. Souls games are also to overcome challenges. Souls games are easier than Monster Hunter games though. Is the thing, Hasio?
Yellow collars.
Because the thing with Souls games is you always have the potential to get stronger. Like, let's say my urgent quest in this tier, I cannot beat, right? I literally cannot beat my urgent quest in this tier. The only stuff I can upgrade to is gear in this tier. There's no way for me to get any other stronger gear. I can't level up my stats, because that's all done with equipment and weapons and stuff. Monster Hunter can make you feel a lot more hopeless in that way, I think. At least in my perspective of the games, whereas in Dark Souls, it might be boring, but you do always have the option to be like, well, guess I'll go grind shitty little low-level mobs for half an hour and then level up my health 6 times. That way I don't get one shot anymore. It makes it a little bit easier. Also in a boss fight in Souls is like, what, 10 minutes max? Even in the old games? Probably not even that, like 5 minutes max? In Monster Hunter, the quests are long. Especially if your gear is insufficient. That's like half an hour. Stuff in Gorma got left quite well, granted some better weapons and armor, had a decent time, yeah. So you enjoyed Demon Souls, you died and things got harder? Yeah. I would love to play Demon Souls, man. That game seems really enjoyable to me. Alas, I do not have a PlayStation 4, 5, whichever one you need. Then it gets stronger as a hunter, yeah. Yeah, Monster Hunter gets to that point. Souls always has the option to just be like, make yourself stronger, not skill-wise, right? Actual stats-wise. They probably changed that in the remake, not sure. I'm pretty sure Dark World Tendency still exists in the remake. Black World Tendency and White World Tendency. I think both of those are still things. Because there was... in fact, I'm sure they are, because I remember a late game thing that I don't really want to talk about in case it's spoilers, since I know a lot of people haven't had the chance to play Demon's Souls. And you had to go to Black World Tendency to get some of the items for it. We were talking about that person, Dawn, and welcome. Good to see you. We were indeed. Wait, the bug got it. Took about 200 hours to beat the main story in 4U. Then you got stuck on Silver Athlos because it required Purple Sharpness. If you want to pierce its head without any extra stuff, it requires Purple Sharpness, yeah. You don't need it to do the fight, but if you want to pierce the head, I think you do. Yep. That's what I mean when I said I don't agree with their conduct, Mace, but people say stuff that is a grand over exaggeration of what they actually want to say when they're angry as well, right? I don't know if they ever said sorry or anything like that. They might have done. Sword plant back then. Longsword was really fun in 4U. 4U is my favourite iteration of Longsword. I really, really like it in that game. I actually think Longsword is perfect in 4U. Chaos Oil free PTSD. God, those dual metal quests of old were brutal. Yep. Oh, I've got to do that later today, Hasio. I have 15 quests left in GU high rank. One of them is dual rafts. Dual metal rafts. And another one of them is dual hypo metal rafts. So that'll be fun. Just dual metal me. So Silver Rathalos is silver, and then its counterpart is Gold Rathian, which is gold, which is also a metal. So they're just typically referred to those two as the metal rafts, or the metal duo, or something like that. Finally found the proof. Oh, the thing that was clipped out of context? Yeah. I remember that one. The bit that was taken right after the sentence at the start of that, where I said, it's not like I'm just saying I hate Rise all the time. That one? I remember that. Nice. Easy peasy. Roll loser off. Hey Rachel. Welcome, I believe. Right, can I get to the ore over here? Good. No, give me some Acolyte, damn it. You can 100% hear that it was a start on the sentence. Uh-huh. Of course you can. It's out to get me, I swear. If I hated Rise, I wouldn't be playing it.
It's a good day for a hunt. Here's the quest list.
The rampage approaches. Woo. Sure, I'll do the rampage tutorial, why not? Why not? Oh, yay. What was I gonna do? I was gonna check. I'm on free. I want to see if rampages count towards this. Or if this one does, because it's a tutorial. Especially so. How much would you need to be bribed for to stream Dauntless? I already did it, Kalara. Of my own volition.
The rampage is here.
Because I wanted to see, because everyone kept shitting on Dauntless, and I wanted to see how much the game had changed since I played it in beta. Because when I played it in beta, it was actually quite fun. I enjoyed it.
Our trusty fortress, and its defense is top tier.
And it's just not the same game anymore. It's a completely different game.
Sure thing. Let's do this. Yo, my favorite pupil.
At least the rampage is good music.
What's up, Ace?
You wish they expanded and improved them instead of just replacing them?
Great.
I personally am glad they got rid of them.
Listen up. Let's move on. Put down some artillery. Perfect. You can count on us.
I was not a fan.
Listen up. Let's move on. Put down some artillery. Excellent.
And I decided they just dropped it despite them being awful, yeah. I think the feedback was overwhelmingly negative, though, right? So it makes a lot of sense.
Let's move on. Come here. Let's do this. Give it a spin.
Press B or RT to fire a blister shot. I'm holding the button. Game!
Listen up.
I've shot 30 ballista shots now.
Show me
Thank
your move.
you.
Listen up.
Is Dauntless pay to win? Yes,
You can do it.
it is. In the late game, from what I was told.
Give it a try.
You love tower defense, but this was not it. I mean, the only thing that doesn't make a lot of sense to me as a Rampage, genuinely, the way I personally would enjoy Rampage a lot more, it's one
Give it a try.
extremely simple change.
Listen up.
Just change the fact that everything is a large monster to just have, like, the wave bosses as large monsters. And then have all of the smaller monsters be the fodder that appears in the wave constantly.
Give it a try.
Because it really just doesn't make sense.
You can do it.
Right? Like, why do we ever need to hunt for a single goddamn material? We slaughter hordes of creatures in here. We shouldn't need to kill a goddamn thing
Look at that.
in order to build our armor.
Careful.
You repel, even still, like the amount of bits that would drop off of them, right? I just shot that thing in the head with an
Another
explosive.
job well done.
It's gonna drop something.
Great find.
It's just a bit weird.
Stand your toes.
It does have great music. The music is
Excellent.
really good.
Look at that. Defend the gate.
You don't know if it was overwhelmingly negative? I think the majority of people weren't necessarily a fan, right? Monster Hunter really doesn't work as tower defense? No. I think Monster Hunter could work as a tower defense game, but I think it would need to be its own tower defense game. I don't think it should be inside of a Monster Hunter game that already exists. Like, that's a side game, right?
Well done. Oh,
Hey, Unreal, welcome.
sweet.
More refined Rampage spin-off would be fun. Yeah, I genuinely think it would. One where you weren't a hunter, but just a normal villager that didn't wield any hunter weapons. I genuinely think that would actually be quite fun.
Listen up.
Did anyone here enjoy the Cool Siege? No, I didn't. I like Kulve a lot, but I didn't enjoy the Siege. Because I did not enjoy spending that many quests running around picking up tracks, right? I don't even know what the new king's name is. Unreal. All I know is there was a coronation today and people haven't shut the fuck up about it in my country. I have no idea what their name even is.
They're coming.
It's completely irrelevant to me. They're a complete figurehead.
Let's go.
It's irrelevant. To the everyday individual, who the king or queen of the country is literally irrelevant. Because they actually don't do anything.
Come here, move.
They do a lot of charity work and they're very good for the country in that regard. but they're not really going to have a great impact. You haven't attempted the cool siege, you have fought it though. You did the better fight. If you fought it but didn't do the siege, you did the better thing. If you pledge, what would I pledge? I haven't got anything to pledge.
Come here.
I've seen a lot of people complain about that one. And I don't know enough about that Hasio to be able to give a full opinion on it.
Right as flame.
All right, give him a warm welcome.
But I bet you as a country, we will make actually a shitload of money from today.
Waiting for you.
The amount of specifically Americans that are gonna fly over to see the coronation.
They're coming. Hey, don't worry about it. You can do it. Assume defensive position.
They're obsessed with her, man. Yeah, I don't really like that either, Dawn. I did hear someone say that it's something to do with the fact that the game has an inability to deal with having two sieges active at the same time.
Defend the gate.
But I don't know. If or how true that is. No idea, Mace. I don't know if you can in GU. To be honest? Oh yeah, he was down there. I forgot about him.
Listen up. That's it. Show me your moves. Look at this.
You don't like quests to take multiple quests to get the kill? Like the old school Elder Dragons, or like something else? Because I can understand that. Talking like the coronation didn't happen yet, it was yesterday. Oh, is it? I thought it was today. I genuinely thought it was today. That shows how much I care.
A boss is here. They're coming.
I'm surprised I managed to not know that for that long.
Listen up. Defend the gate.
I should know, really. There's a little side up in the village. Been there. Every single time I've gone outside. Just haven't paid attention to it.
Attention, please.
At any point.
You can place some artillery again.
There we go.
That's my ace. Excellent.
You love that theme? Oh, the counter signal theme? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Save me. It's gonna be Magnamalo. Also, child labor. Casually going on in Kamura Village.
Looks like things have calmed down a bit.
Elder Fugen wants us to go back to camp.
Alright, Magna.
Whoa, this one looks really strong.
That Azeroth is still alive.
Orders. Let's retreat.
It's coming after us!
Seem to be the business owners. I mean, Yomogi is.
That monster is known as
Boyo just takes care of the pets, right?
Magnamalo. It appears alongside the rampage and feeds on the horde.
For the Charbray base?
50 years ago, Kamura village was attacked by the
Fat boy, you
rampage
forgot him?
of
Yeah, I mean, you never go in there, right?
And we suffered
Laurie?
some
Oh, okay.
devastating casualties.
So that could happen again?
What? That's terrible. How
Iori?
can we fight against that?
Not Laurie? Okay.
Don't worry, Yomogi. This time round, we have a skilled hunter by our side. I want you to slay Magnamalo for us. We need you
Good Laurie, it's
to
way better.
protect Kamura village.
Welcome, Crimson. Good to see you.
I want to help fight. I'm coming with you.
Me too. I don't know how much help I can be, though.
That's the spirit. However, this is something that needs to be handled by
Lordy.
Kamura is more than steel.
Back in the lead up to Title Update 3.0, you had a dream that the update added a bunch of old siege elders. You'd fight waves of them in the rampage. That would be crazy.
The things.
Like Lao Shenlong, just casually rocking down there.
You two have to be strong every day. That way, the answer will come to you before long.
Laurie will drive off the monsters.
Right. Let's head back to the village.
I mean, it would be interesting just careening through all of the wooden barricades. Oh, poor kid. Poor kid. Like Lao, Kulv, Nawa all back to back. Right. Would have been interesting.
Good to see you, Hunter.
Thankfully, I don't have to do many of those quests.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven. I'll be here if you need me.
Would you like a candy apple?
No. I would not, child.
I got everything you need. Good luck out there.
It's a good day for a hunt.
4 required rampages? 4? 3 in hub? Wait, really? I thought there was just 1 in hub. Wild. Oh yeah, did that count since it was a tutorial? It didn't. Interesting.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven.
You thought there was just 1 in hub too? It has been a long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong.
Good luck.
Does Magnum Arlo require you actually do a rampage? I thought you just go and fight him. You have an introductory rampage in HR2, the HR4 urgent for Apex Azeroth and Ibushi. Ah! Azeroth! True! I forgot about that.
In water, it beckons silently.
Forgot about the introductory one as well. I thought it was just Ibushi.
Once its prey approaches, there is no time to flee. Gut and strength alike. Rank among the greats.
But barely.
Don't get pushed out of the ring. For the
Good boy.
abyss awaits.
It's kind of a bummer. I'm gonna have to do that many times. Oh well. 4 isn't too bad. It's not 50 at least. Also, thanks to the fact that G rank exists, most people probably aren't going to want to farm rampages in order to get good decos in high rank. Not decos. Yeah, decos. Decos? Or ramp up skills or any of that stuff. That is a small blessing. And there's the rampages to unlock the Apex quest to get some of the decos like crit boost, etc. Oh, I actually have to do all the rampages once, don't I? I have to do all of the Apex ones once because I have to do the Apex monsters are actually in the normal quest list when you get to a correct HR, and I think you have to do the rampage quest before it unlocks. Just kind of a bummer. So I'm actually gonna have to do like 10 of them. Sadness. I should have a friend post the Apex quest. Do they still count as complete on my quest list at that point though? Because I won't have them unlocked. They do? Interesting. I mean, I personally don't really care about getting crit boost as a deco. I don't give a shit. Some people might though, I suppose. My apologies. Isen isn't crit boost. You should know that, Crimson. Isen's more than crit boost. Isen +3, your beloved. Man, I was gonna play a little bit of Frontier earlier, and then I got distracted by something else. And I briefly looked at the armor skills and just hated everything. Because you type the word poo constantly, Mace. You had someone post Risen quests for you. She wasn't high enough master rank to unlock them, but when you finally got there, the quest for counter was cleared. Okay, cool. I'll probably still do it just to have them in my quest list, because I don't like the quest list not being visibly full as well. Not on your Switch though? Yeah, but you know, it listens. It knows. Everything listens. Bitches don't listen, are you sure? This is Nintendo we're talking about. Little stealthy hidden bike. They gotta hear about people talking about modding their games so that they can preemptively send out the hit spot after them. They don't take it too far apart. Yeah, I know. People demolish them too much. Okay, I think that's the full break. I don't really want to sharpen because it's about to die. You mind? There's a mic in there. Somewhere they couldn't have resisted the temptation to use it. Fair. Breath of the Wild every single time you want to use the parasail after you jump off something, you actually have to blow into the mic a little bit to put air into its sails or something. This sounds like something they do. I could see it. This bag breaks, but that's a nightmare. Doesn't give anything good. I didn't even know it broke. Cool. I don't think I've ever had to break his back. Good to know, though. Thanks. Go. Think. I like Toby's back. Have I broken Toby's back? I don't know.
I've got some great for you. Have a winner.
Okay. What was I doing? Don't remember. Ah, check an insect glaive. That's what I was doing. I am at my insect glaive uses. There we go. That was the glaive from Mace. We got 2 dual blades from Mace. Let's get those going. Hey, thanks for the sword and shield. Hey, Nixel. Where's Monster Hunter 6? It's not out yet.
Sure thing.
You're not gonna find it.
My hammer's ready. See you later.
That poll went particularly well for you, Crimson, huh? Both Insect Glaive and Sword and Shield passed for Rice.
Oh man, so good.
Both of the weapons you like. That's some good stuff. Good ending. At least for you. Let's do Barrow. Well, I'm gonna do both of them, but hey.
Don't forget to eat.
Good to have here though, Nixel.
Wasteland. Perfect for light-hearted hunts. But do not let your guard down. Don't pull any stunts. For the Mudhide secrets. and
Stuck in the Universal title updates for Sunbreak release till the end of the world. I mean, the title update that came out with Amatsu was technically the last one.
monster is now
And the one that we've got coming out next is a bonus update. So there's only one more. Ooh. Damn. Why I mean, look at it this way, right? The longer it takes for us to get Monster Hunter 6, sure, the longer we have to wait. But in theory, the game should also be better, right? Because they have more time to develop it. I'd rather wait an extra year and play a game that's actually good than have a Monster Hunter game come out every 2 years, but they be crap, right? Imagine if Frontier made exotic Mario. Maroff, sorry. You just put mud everywhere. Every time you hit the floor, it would crack the world open, and every time you flinged mud, it'd be the entire arena. Pokemon can use that advice. Pokemon can't, because the Pokemon company's too busy selling merch to care about Game Freak. Exotic Maroff sounds annoying. I mean, exotic monsters in general seem pretty annoying. I don't know how they are in G-Rank yet, but I'm imagining they don't get easier to fight. Unless they're a little bit of Crimson fighting exotic G Zenogre, and that thing looked like a freaking nightmare. Historic monsters? Do you mean the origin monsters, Chisel? that is a thing in Frontier, right? They're not canon, but that's what they are. It's worse, yep. I mean, it's not going to get better. Like that, but not out of the Frontier where they're godlike creatures. You got tired of milling hours of Frontier? After killing every Z1, you'll leave it. What? You'll either do a Frontier playthrough or stop for a long while? What do you mean? Those feelings are extremely conflicting. You like the Mud Puppy? I like the Mud Puppy as well. I am a fan of him. Wait, did he really just double leave? Handboy boys hate G-Rank. Perfect. You'll finish Frontier play or stop it for a long while, right? Probably just stop for a long while, right? And then when you go back to it, see if you want to do the same save or a different one. It's usually how it works for me. With longer form games like that. Crit 5 from just having one piece of armor? Yeah. Although it's not as impressive in G rank, right? I'd imagine. If it does the same stuff in G. Getting crit I5 from one piece of armor doesn't seem as impressive anymore. Or just like evasion +2 from a single bit of armor, like whoop-de fucking do. Really good skills G, yeah, exactly. I guess it doesn't count towards the skill cap. Yeah, true, I suppose. Because it's an automatic skill. And that was already useful at higher rank, to be fair, as well, in elite rank. Not to mention Zenith, yeah, but I don't understand the Zenith ones, so haven't got there yet. Also at that point it seems kind of like semi-irrelevant to me. As someone who doesn't set build, typically, right? I feel like once you're at the Zenith monsters, you're basically done with the game anyway. Isn't there more beyond the Zenith? The way I understood it, the only thing that was beyond Zenith was just more Zenith, and then stuff which is like, fuck you, it hates you, and we hate you.
Have a look around.
Yeah, Muso, I'm never gonna fight a Muso.
quest as well. Take care of yourself. A special quest has been added.
Already got one left in here. Cool.
Come back anytime.
Right, let's chuck all of this stuff up. Remember how to do all of this. Copy lobby ID. Open up the old Nightbot. Guess road's basically endgame, but it seems like the way it's set up is that you're kind of forced to do road pre-endgame. At least the way it is at the moment with like the Force stuff. With the Ceph patch on that server. Okay, if you want to join, there you go. There's the linky link. Low rank gear is currently the max of what we're using. Preferably as close as you can get to 1-star or 2-star low rank. But technically any low rank is fine. And let's have a little look-see at what weapons I can do and what weapons I can upgrade and whatnot. Because I might be able to actually work towards some stuff, right? You join me, you haven't played Rise for over a year and you'd suck bad. I mean, it's low rank, I'm sure you'll be fine.
So, what can I help you with?
Right, sword and shield. The only thing I need to do is kill shitloads of Slagtoth. And carve all of these. Well, I need to get 2 of those, sorry, so I don't need to kill shitloads of them. This needs to be this.
Leave it to me.
So that's on that. One of those is going to go to Pookie. One of them's going to go to Odyssey. A Chimera Sword gets that, and then it goes into Bishocham, then into Zenoga here. The Frost Edge cannot get an upgrade until high rank. And then the Bernabra one, I don't know if I can upgrade to its next point. It seems not. Can't add it to my wish list. Okay, Julies. I do appear to have all 3 of these on this point. Now, because I don't have any of those in my inventory, so... And I can't roll back to here. So they're just going to go down their respective lines. The bone weapon needs to be upgraded, but I can't see it yet. And then the Alucanth, but I can't even see that. It's one of these down here somewhere. I need materials from the stuff. Oh, really, Chisel? Cool. Thanks for letting me know.
Looking for something new or an upgrade?
Charge Blades. We got a Chimera one that's just going to keep going down the Chimera tree, but we can't see what it upgrades into. This Azuchi one, which I want to upgrade. The Magnamalo one I can't build yet. An Insect Glaive. We've got what? Or which is going to go to Rathian, but I haven't fought Rathian yet. This one, which needs to go further down Bone, but I can't do it. And then Gormagala. So,
Come again.
there's only one weapon I can do, and it's on my wish list. 2 weapons I can do, and they're both on my wish list, sorry.
I got everything you need.
And then other than that, it would be maybe getting some armor upgrades. I don't know if there's really anything that I want from what's here, to be honest. So I think I'll just stick with what I've got for now.
Powerful equipment is important, but you want to look good in battle too, right? Sometimes it's hard to choose. Until next time.
I shall wait. Okie dokie. Right.
Special quest has come in for you.
I'm gonna do that Great Azuchi to try and get its tail break. Because I do need that.
Wish you luck.
And just check my guild card as well. I do have one more of the jewelies here. Hello, Chisel. Thanks for joining. Road grind is tiring, super long, super inconsistent. You need to hope for a good team. Oh, really? Is solo road just, like, not doable? Boss Rush is cool, would like to sound like that in future Monster Hunter games. Yeah, it's a really good idea, right? I guess solo road just takes even longer. Is the issue. Man, I can't wait until I get demon mode that I actually freaking want. Instead of this weird ass demon mode. Gives like a fraction of the points you get from the multiplayer one. Oh, okay, that's a shame. Come on. Yeah, I'm on. Upside with all my weapons that got chose at the moment, there's no reason I ever need to be at the head. Other than for maybe charge blades. So that's nice. I don't have to worry about getting hit or messing up hammers and stuff. Come on, tail break. There we go, got it. Nice one. You only fought it once. Miraculously didn't take any damage from the one shot. That's nice. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do road if you've got to do it in multiplayer. Because that's a lot of time commitment to try and get someone to do, right? Which is unfortunate. Especially since the average soul is probably not going to want to do road with me because my armor will be dog shit. Wow, this thing got absolutely bullied. What the hell? just did not stand a chance. I just got okay. It's just Twitch for you. It was back one message later. May I get on my dog, please? Thank you. Oh, straight in the head. It's gonna hurt. So I feel like this guy's been on low health for so long. Can you die? Thank you. Oh, don't. Okay. Oh, I thought my game crashed then. It's gonna say, don't hit me with that shit. Hey, Crimson. Welcome in. Always nice to actually get to play something with you. Where I don't feel like I'm a massive hindrance. Game couldn't handle Crimson joining. Yeah, for real. Too strong. You slap together some low rank stuff? Nice. Thank you very much. Meowsonries have returned. Also, this stupid cat wants to talk to me.
You wish to trade? Bye-bye.
I do need to switch weapons. I think to Charge Blade, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why I'm looking over there. It is should where the Charge Blade, yes. Don't mind me, I'm fine. To Charge Blade, thank you, Mace. Let's get this going. I'm gonna do absolutely terribly, and Chisel is not gonna be happy. More jewelies, thank you. The old mage armor, I see. Hunter Info Village, this stuff. What have we got? Mizu, Edo, 5 element arms, Aurora cap. Weird. Cool. Transmitting data? Sorry? Received guild cards. Oh, right, yeah, those. Should probably do that. Look at your title. Worrying. Try Frontier. Oh, very good. Very good. This is not Sword and Shield, Crimson. Crimson, the Sword and Shield? You've used it 4 times. You use Sword and Shield more on Switch? Fair enough. Then wanted to switch it up for PC. The old Insect Glaive. 4 Sword and Shield uses from you though, that's wild. Use PC to learn swags. Do you enjoy it? It's the urgent quest, right? I believe. Oh. Well, I should really change my dog, by the way. I forgot to do it. To give him the other stuff. I should also remember to put element in my shield. In my sword. Your AED actually feels like it's worth using in this game. Because SAED takes so long. And the normal AED is so quick. God forbid I might actually play Charge Blade the way Chisel wants me to. It's got less range than I thought it did. Because that just takes so much less time. Like, that's so quick. Oh, statement. Side is the playstyle of choice here, but screw that. You also use AAD because it's more fun. Side takes way too long though. That's what I think. Oh, Crimson, the first person to take a ride. Oh, right, yeah, the counter, true. I don't use that. Oh god, I hate this mechanic. I'm just gonna stop attacking. Because I'm not gonna get to hit it at any point, so... I don't understand how this controls in this game. Right, there we go. Now I'll do damage. Of course. I finally do it and then miss. Naturally. This probably won't hit, but hey. I genuinely do not understand how this aims. Oh man, you know what the best thing about this game is though? The fact that they removed the dumbass world guarantee capture everything. Because it just gives you flat out more rewards. And they put it back to capture and thing having separate purposes again. That's nice. They didn't remove the mentality? Well, they can never do that, because that's on the players, that's not on Capcom. I suppose not everyone looks up all the chances and stuff. But yeah. I mean, that was pretty common knowledge with World that capture was the way to go, so that's weird. The kill/cap drama for Rise was dumb as fuck. What do you mean drama? What drama?
Special quest is given.
Or are we calling stupidity drama now?
May the spirits protect you.
Some Twitch blowout about kill cap should be up to host.
Hey,
I mean, that's just true. That's been true forever. It's the host's choice. You shouldn't do that in World, man. But people have hissy fit over Gaijin Hunter, pointing out people should be more mindful of kill cap differences, be aware of what the quest hosts try to get. Wait, really? Oh man, this community is so shit. Sometimes, man. Sometimes it's amazing how bad the Monster Hunter community is. Yeah, of course you just let the quest host do it. They posted the quest. Monster Hunter getting big. We got a lot of loud arseholes now. Yeah. Yeah, the only difference is there's a lot of loud arseholes now rather than just a small amount of loud arseholes, which there was before. How do you even debate that, though? I don't understand. How do you debate something which is just true? The drop rates are different. Of course you should let the quest host choose. Oh, people are so dumb. mean, Twitter's just like, why are you even there in the first place, right? SOS, people don't care? Yeah. Yeah, I actually really heavily agree on that. I don't like SOS as a system. Because it just leads people to join a quest that has stuff that they want. And then they complete the quest the way that they want to complete it. Because they don't have to give a shit. That was a problem with lobbies before. But usually in lobbies, if someone joined the lobby and just insta-posted a quest, they'd either get told, no, we're doing rotations, or just immediately kicked. At which point you learn your lesson, right? Hopefully. Rise didn't change from making rares always more common from a capture. Yeah, it's just specific stuff. Like, I remember Magnum Arlo Blades is a big one. Is it Magnum Arlo Blades or Magnum Arlo Scoots? Something from Magnum Arlo. I think it's the Blades. I don't even think they are unwritten rules at this point, though, right, Chisel? The community has gone by those rules for so long that they're kind of not really unwritten. That's just like common courtesy to other hunters at this point. You do what quest host wants. Where are they written then? I mean, it's not... They're obviously not strictly written down anywhere. But people usually talk about that shit to each other in the chat, right? There is in-game chat. Because where, like, you can't write that literally every time someone goes to lobby. The amount that everyone talks about it, it's one of those things where, like, unwritten rules are generally implied. I feel like, and you should know them without anyone ever telling you. The amount the Monster Hunter community has talked about, like, the whole, the quest capture, kill, do what the host wants thing. It's not written down, but it should still be, like, common knowledge. If you've played online at any point ever. Or consumed, like, Monster Hunter media, basically at any point in your life. Good nap? No? Good. Makes sense to you're tired, though. I'm sure they're actually written down somewhere. Is there a spot free for multi? There is, indeed. Lobby's only 2 at the moment. The Ascot seems to have gone missing, yeah. I am inclined to agree with Chisel, though. I do think a lot of it is the community getting bigger, which means there's more people that are dicks. Because that's how that works. The community's a lot bigger, so there is just some people who genuinely don't know, right? But I do think a lot of it is SOSs. Because there's no, like, accountability, as it were. Right? Because if you're in a lobby with people and you capture something, usually if you leave, hopefully what would be the good outcome would be you end the quest and then someone would be like, hey, look, don't capture. It's up to the quest host. If you want to capture on your quest, you can capture. That's what should happen. What usually happens is you probably just get kicked. Whereas if you just join an SOS, you just get booted back to lobby again, so you never get told, like, hey, don't do that, right?
Welcome to my comeback anytime.
When I say it's completely dependent on region. Specific bits, yeah, but generalized stuff like that is almost the same everywhere, right?
Hello. What would you like to do?
There's obviously going to be some stuff that's just wild.
Until next time.
Is Crimson skipping? Good question. Do you want to post low rank quest, Crimson, or are you just here for the murder? Sword and Shield from Crimson. Some of the randoms you met for SOS were pretty amazing. Yeah, it's not, like, obviously. That's one of those things that just doesn't need to be said, right? There's always gonna be good eggs and bad eggs. It's just the thing with the SOS system that is that it enables more people to be bad than it does good, if that makes sense, right? They never get quote-unquote corrected of their quote-unquote bad habits. You think you're good, Crimson? Cool.
How can I help you? See you later then.
God, emote spam can be no disrespectful, mama. See, I fucking hate emote spam. So that's an individual thing, right? You didn't use many SOS signals? I joined a few. Just for a while to help people. And to say it wasn't a great experience would be accurate, honestly. But then I seem to have personally got like the worst end of world. in terms of every aspect of its multiplayer. Like, I always got the crappy lobbies because so many people have good memories of that game. And I seemingly just got fucked. Because the lobbies in that game were also bad for me. Just constantly no one talking and stuff like that. Well, there's that big Dragonator today. We'll start doing poses around it. Gunlance comes in with a haircut, send you all of them. Or blast dash after you. Different folks for different strokes for different folks, I guess. That would really annoy me. Everyone's just having a fun time messing around and then suddenly everyone's dead. I don't remember attack environments as well. Yeah, I don't remember talking in a lobby ever on Worlds. Maybe like twice. For fuck's sake, man. Wherever I go, Christ. Can't escape Chisel. It's just there. Everywhere. Seems the join just died and failed the quest for you. Monster community is sometimes at its best when embracing and celebrate the whimsy just for whim's sake. I think for the most part, I'm fairly, like, boring in the way that I like to play stuff. I like to play not overly seriously, but mostly serious for the... in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, if I got full blasted by someone who clearly did it intentionally into the middle of a giant attack, that would really fuck me off. This game is so fucking annoying to play online until you get flinch free. Vicky was on this map apparently. I don't think I've ever had someone full blast me in a helpful way, Cobro. More fun in Rise than yesterday. Yeah, because I'm doing more large monster fights today. I mean, you can still play it now, right, Mace? It's not over. Religia, welcome. Are you finally at the point where you're able to rest now? You're home? Good. Good. I'll be left there. You'll see him tomorrow at the ceremony. Nice. Can't imagine the map would be extremely fleshed out. I wouldn't imagine so, no. I haven't put on the thing that I wanted to put on. The moveset change that I got. Because I keep forgetting to look at the hunter arts every time I switch weapons. The switch skills, sorry. Stuff. Save one armor set per weapon. Even if it's all the same armor, why? Saves the switch skills and the skill binds. They save themselves as well, don't they? As long as you don't change them, I'm pretty sure it saves them also. Whenever you switch weapon, even if you don't make armor sets for it. It doesn't default them all back to the normal state every time. I think. I'm not going to use multiple sets of switch skills, so... I just need to remember to change them in the first place, that's all. Give it a load and armor set, it reverts to the skills that were saved. That sounds like more reason not to make armor sets to me. The fucking Jaggy got in the way. The Jagras, sorry. Isn't the downward shield bash worse than the last hit of the thingy? Anyway. Oh no! We lost Sagado. Hey Duckspun, welcome. Hunts are going well, thanks Sale. They're going well. Just normal old. Normal old hunting, really. It's just early game, you know. It's just low rank and it's early game, so you don't really need to pay a whole bunch of attention, so I'm sort of in autopilot mode. Other than that, it's been enjoyable. The round force attack have armor? I don't know. Never looked it up. For you flashbacks, Sagado, yeah. Unfortunately. Not the good type of flashbacks either. And Raija Beam? No idea. I've played Sword and Shield maybe 6 times. I was hoping I might find a slag stuff, but it appears not. Oh, there's one. Now the quest is over. God damn it. That was Crimson. Chisel. Wait, that was Chisel. Crimson didn't want a post quest.
Welcome to the hub.
Unfortunately, I do need to do this to unlock the camp. And also because it's a quest, so... Europe. And rejoin the Sexagando, sure thing. You gotta finish the quest as well, right? That's what I want. What the fuck? I'm just gonna leave that like that. There was too many words. Why is the Rathian charge blade shit in this game? I mean, it might only be the first level of it that's bad. When I was looking through weapons, I saw that a lot of the low rank weapons are just really bad, to be honest. Crimson can join mid-quest, so... Has fire element and elemental vial. Isn't that preferable for this game? To my understanding? That would make it stronger, not weaker. Preferable for the game, but not for you. It doesn't make it shit. But I understand. Low rank, higher, and high rank, it's kind of even. Oh, really? Didn't know that. Cool. I suppose the elemental meta thing only really came around in Sunbreak, right? There we go. I really like that attack. Something about it is very satisfying to me. And Abyssirius was roaring for a long time, huh? Certainly can, Lugia. They're all full lobby at the moment, so might have to wait a little bit. It's Volberon. Oh, it's the good friend. The one that you don't have to place down, so it's way more convenient than all the others. Changes between games? I think I was building the Rathian Charge Blade, actually. I can't remember. Oh, no, I decided to build the Malzeno one instead. Because it looks really nice.
How may I help you? Take care. See you later.
Was it Impacting World? It was Impacting World, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Because I think I built it in World as well. Cheers all.
Hey there.
Your quest. And then we'll do Sigando's. And then we'll get Lugia in. It's the rule with charms, just use them. I don't really care with charms. It's the pure Golding Charge Blade, which has you at rare 10. Why is it? That's really weird that it's flipped from normal. Was he a Skylight with such a shit Charge Blade? I don't remember seeing that one, to be honest. Oh. Ah. Man. It is warm in here. I have to open the door. Summer. What's the elements the strongest? Yeah. Same in World? No, we just said World was, they just said that World used the Impact Poison one. Come on, Ray. Even though that game does have Pinkian, it doesn't have a separate Charge Blade, I don't think. There you go. The Scarlet was in for you, but you guessed barely anyone used it. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Charge Blades, so... And when I was playing for you, I think I played Elemental Charge Blade. Can't remember. So I wouldn't have grabbed it if it had Poison Ailment instead. Great. Just expanded the tree but kept the same attributes? Yeah. Yeah, it just made it longer. I remember that. Or is your Skylark? Yeah. I mean, Worlds... I do what's going to happen with Gen 6, to be honest. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with Gen 6. World had the over-focus on realism combined with the... what at least I personally think is an inadequate understanding of actually how much time it was going to take for them to make HD models. Which they just don't want to admit. Rise had COVID during its development. So Monster Hunter 6 might be the first, like, new-gen game that actually gets a full-ass development cycle. Right? Lost a bunch of files during World Development 2. So yeah, if that's true, then Monster Hunter 6 might be the first game that actually gets a proper one, right? That noise, dude. Good lord. It's right in my ear. What the fuck? Although I do agree, Crimson, I also need flinch free, because this is a nightmare. Biggest underestimation was Zora in World from the developer side? What do you mean? He's one of the dogs? I said you can't get the slot until high rank, apparently, Mace. The flinch-free deco. Someone said you couldn't build it till like HR6 or something. So you can't get that till nearly the end of high rank. If HR6 was correct. Just don't know anymore, that's fair. Oh, good clip. Oh, you can use talismans, Crimson. I don't care if people use their talismans. Because there's no way for me to know what talismans you can get from what things anyway. Right. I'm not telling you, Mace. I'm not telling you because you've heard me say this so many times and you should know how it works by now. Zara took an absurd amount of resources to develop. Oh, did it? Chainmail plus armor in higher rank has flinch free. I've said it. Not today, but a shitload in time, right? Is the crab emote Tycoon Zamuza? It is, Dark Spartan, yes. How far into the stream are we even? 3 hours. That one I know you can't see because you're on mobile.
Bye-bye.
You can see it? Oh, I thought mobile couldn't see it. One of your favorites from Frontier? It's one of mine as well. 0 minutes into the stream. Your quests again, though? And then I will ask one of you to switch out for Lugia.
Hey.
He goes all electric? Yeah. Yeah, it's so good. He's such a good monster. Oh. Good old Tycoon. I'm really upset that he's just not in G rank. Honestly. Back to his lovelies. I'm not doing him. Syphilis. I'm not doing the Deviant quests. I just decided fuck the deviants. Just not worth it. The only reason I was even doing them in the first place was a misunderstanding of how the quest system worked anyway, so now that that's cleared up, fuck it, I'm not gonna. Which means I actually only have, like, 15 quests left in high rank. Which is kind of cool. Not gonna do what? Deviant monsters in GU. Go do the torture? No. I will not. It's not fun. Take a break from doing it? No, I just don't do the deviants. If I take a break from GU every single time the deviants annoy me, Mace, I might finish it by the time I'm fucking 90. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your previous message. I'm planning to go into G, right? I thought you said, oh, do you plan to just take a break? No, that would never end. Hellblade's one of the worst ones, Dark Spartan. Hellblade fucking sucks. Hellblade's fun if you force yourself to play game design that you don't enjoy. That seems good. Good game design, devs. You like counters? What if you don't like counters? How do you fight Hellblade? That quest was literally so bad that Crone refuses to fight it ever again. Think about that, right? Crone hated that quest so much that he will never fight it again. God, the grind since it was pretty well. No one player scaling. Yeah, exactly. Oh, exactly. Playing it so many times you started disliking it because it's so bad. Fine. It's just got to run all the way down here. For some reason. Oh, because Azuchi was here, of course. Hey Maple, welcome. Glavenus and Acidic aren't so bad. No, Glavenus' only problem in GU is that he is on every other quest, it feels like. That's the only really issue I have with Glavenus in GU. There's just too much of him. Acidic's fine. Acidic can be very annoying, though, right? So you'll never do Wild Barrier off again? When you have to if you play through the game, though, right? GU's Glavenus is the favourite child? Capcom did not hide that for real. Baggy got to keep fit? He died. I don't think he needed to keep fit. He's dead. only deviant set you completed was Uragan. Possibly one of the worst deviants. Holy crap. Are you okay? Dog Spartan? You alright, man? Not after you did it, yeah. I'm sorry.
Bye-bye.
Okay, can I ask one of the three of you to please jump out so Lugia can pop in? Thank you, Chisel. Lugia, you may jump in. There's 45 Glavenus quests. That was Crimmy's Insect Glaive. We got Dual Blades now. Let's switch. Thank you, Crimson. How many quests is there for the other Fated 4? Syphilis? Also the Deviant Theme, the fucking Deviant Theme, yep.
Looking for something new or an upgrade?
Yup.
Good luck out there.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it really does not let people join the lobby, huh? You have a freeze right now? What do you mean you got a freeze, Lugia? Oh, it kicked Sagando! Should I rehost this lobby? We're in a loading screen. Oh, weird. Jeez. It won't work, Chisel. I guess I'm posting something, huh?
Hello. These are the available quests. May the spirits protect you.
Hey, McDupid. This is the only game they've used the sheath as the second dual blade. Creative idea? Yeah. I like the idea. I don't like it in practice, unfortunately. Because it looks wrong. The amount of times, because I'm playing Sword and Shield and Dual Blades, the amount of times I've looked at my back and been like, oh shit, I've got a Shield and Shield equipped. And then I run over to my box and I'm like, no. Nope. I don't. I have the right weapon equipped. You just run in base Kimura stuff, huh? Got Arc Fiend arms. Fair enough. Wrong can also be right. Not for me. I do like the idea though. I think it's very cool. It does weird me out every time. 31 Mizu, 32 Gamma, 37 Astalos. No invaders counted. Man, rip Mizu and Gamoth, huh? How does Mizu have the least amount of quests out of the 4 of them? Mizu? That's insane. Mizu's great. Capcom hates Gamoth? Oh, I don't have a problem with that. That doesn't bother me. Let Monster Hunter be the master of storage efficiency, even in weapon design. I'd rather have nice weapons, visually. The only Gen flagship, not in Gen 5, yep. I do wonder if that's due to size issues, though. Rather than anything else. Because Gamoth is a biggie. You gotta have a map that's big enough to put Gamoth on it, right? Oh. No Macalite. It's also very boring, yeah. It's just to hit the legs, the fight. Which is kind of unfortunate. Just gonna leave. It's not worth trying to do a ranged quest if you don't have ammo, for sure. Chimera Tree. Give you vibes of young you just duct tape things together and called it glorious. I mean, it does sort of look like that, at least for the dual blades. Some of the other weapons look a lot nicer. But definitely the dual blades have duct tape vibe for sure. I've never thought about it that way until now, but you're absolutely right. The glaive looks like 2 sticks just put together. Does it really? Amazing. This is the famed Kimura steel, right? That this village has. I got 2 sticks and duct taped them together and it's my weapon now. Famed Kimura steel. Gamoth is the big hulking beast amongst the 4. Which sadly doesn't translate into monster real well. We don't go to Gogmazial sizes? Yeah, exactly. Which is why I think they left it out, because it just doesn't go well. It's also the reason why I'm not too upset that it's not there, because I don't really like it. Damn. It's easily the worst fight of the 4, yeah. It's really cool, but it's the worst fight. Really good idea, not so good in execution. Unfortunately. I've not. I don't remember Elder Frost. I think I fought it at some point. Maybe. Yay! Big Dupid, thanks for the follow. Hope you enjoy the plethora of hunting we're gonna get going in both Rise and GU here. We might even get into G rank in GU today, who knows? Who knows? I didn't realize you were a Frontier dev, Komuro. Why didn't you tell us before that, man? Oh, it's so nice to meet one of the devs themselves. I have one question for you. The fuck? Sagado, your quest. Don't forget AoE, yeah. Big, slow AoE one hits. Frontier Game Design 101. The Hunter's chance to interrupt the attacks, get behind DPS. Now that doesn't sound like Frontier, that's too fair. They just one-shot you, fuck you. Alatreon. Everyone loved Alatreon. You did not sleep all afternoon. That's fairly standard for most people, Weiss. Is there a reason that's wrong at the moment? We'd achieve world peace if Alatreon just stayed on the ground. Or if you could just flash bomb it when it was angry. Multiple grapple moves would have been cool with the trunk. She can use the Hunter as a club. Oh yeah, that would have been cool. Panicked and just picked Kimura. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't really know how you fix that fight. I was trying to think, but even that stuff just sort of doesn't work because it's just too tall, right? The main issue is that you're just staring at its feet and its butt the whole time. Maybe at its trunk. And that's not particularly interesting. One-shots is just bad game design. Making more grapple moves and more trunk moves would be interesting, for sure. You still got to fix the issue of the fact that most of the time you're just hitting something that's not even moving. Just make it smaller. I mean, that would honestly work. But then, people from Generations are just gonna weep and make it faster. I think that honestly would help a little bit. Maybe not quite that much. Maybe let it move like Mizu's. You're taking a little bit too far. And then just tweak some of its moves that don't last as long. Maybe. First elephant snake. Oh, that'd be fun. Hit the Naga pounces. Slides like Mizu, pounces like Naga. What could go wrong? And give it the Deviant theme as well. Everyone loves that. And charge like Tigrex while we're at it. If Glavenus is spinning attack, it just makes an ice tail real quick. Why did she have a massive charge? Spinning truck. It's like reverse Duramboros. It's the nose that spins instead of the tail. Holy shit. I mean, just because she fucks with Tigrex, it doesn't mean you have to... have a charge of your own, right? She just have a few charge attacks, doesn't she? Come off. We let the dogs sit home for one quest and enjoy the visibility. Turn the particle effects down, Chisel. I'm pretty sure it does have a like shoulder slam charge though. You did all the way. It shouldn't be an issue then, though. Lost swim at its head, that's cool. It's more charge, less charge, more body check. I mean, that's kind of how you'd stop Tigrex though, right? Put more weight against it. Just be like, fuck you, you're gonna run into a wall. Hitboxes included. Free to be Night hitboxes specifically, obviously. Not updated, bless you, hitboxes. Free to be Night. Leg is weirdly blue. You've been sitting on it for a really long time. Scam off stagger if you hit the legs enough. I mean, you can break the legs, right? Even topple? I don't know if it topples, but you can break their legs and it falls over from that. So I guess that counts as a topple. It's just a shadow making it look like the thing where you get internal bleeding, a bruise. Topples maybe the head. It definitely topples whenever you break its legs. Like fully break them, not just break the snow, but break the bit underneath it. 8 entities will be on the monster? Yeah, it is. Translate to blue spot. Very creative. I think it's Chisel. I sort of lost track, to be honest. Ooh, mace with a charge blade. From an hour ago. Let's do that. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I need to open that back door. Let me do that real quick. Go back. Ugh. Right, there we go. I've turned the fan up. That helps as well. Freaking 27 degrees in my room. Which is why I'm so tired. Keep yawning. Oh, I'm not ready. Whoops, sorry. I thought I was ready. My bad, sorry. Mr. Shrimmer ready? Yeah. Sorry, didn't realize. I thought I did it already. But I, in fact, hadn't already done it. You also use blue spot in German? That'll be where the Dutch got it from then? It's one of two places. It's either German or it's English, so. I guess we are going after Techonodon first. Does Chisel went there? Whee! Ever considered the possibility of a Dutch original? Based on what I know of your language, no. Nope, I don't consider that. I'm sure you got a few of them in there, but they're probably rarer than they are common. Oh, okay. Thank you, flinch free. But not being available in low rank. That got me hit. Tango feet, I don't think I've got that. At the start, at least. I don't remember seeing that one. I'll have a look though. Thank you, Rachel. It's one of the ones you have from the start. Oh, thank fuck. I'll get rid of the healer and put that in my common dagger stuff. Because I'd much rather have defender and polisher. I assume that has a really good activation chance if it's exclusively flinch free and nothing else. It should do, because that's a pretty low requirement thing, right? As opposed to like Polisher, which is speed sharpening. Although actually, maybe it's worse than Polisher. The Polisher does have the stipulation of it usually only counts for speed sharpening 1. And it's not every time. That's gonna hit me. Nice. That's a Mega Potion. What the hell? Got the Charm Dust instead you needed? For what? Oh, what, for a different set? Ow. Pierce up to +6 and 3 slots. Pretty good. So optimize your set? Oh, okay. I do not understand how that works. I was pushing to the right that whole time. Oh my god, shut up! Was missing Pierce up and it crouching fires Pierce. Oh, cool. Turn down voice line frequencies. Voice line frequency doesn't turn down how much people shout and grunt though, does it? That just turns down how much people are like, it's gonna do an attack! Because I'm pretty sure I've already got that set to 0%. Which is why you never hear anyone shout any of those, like, command things. I'll give it a shot, though, in the hopes that it works. Because, man, is that annoying. Voice line was at 0% view on release date? Yeah, same here. Multiplayer voice off, follower player voice frequency is off. It does not get rid of that noise. You have all voices off. Yep. I have follower voice lines on really low percent, like 20%, I think. And that's just for the sake of the campaign. When you play with Theorain, to make those quests feel a little bit special. Because otherwise, other than that, I don't use followers. So it doesn't bother me if it's on just a little bit. Just to make her feel like she's an actual character for a few quests. Lugia, your character does not shut up. Housty, yes. How may I assist you? And the volume of everything to 0 except for the hair. Well, that sounds hilarious. That is cursed as fuck, and I don't want that to grace my ears. You would have played Charge Blade if it wasn't so skill hungry. Incredibly niche and specific. Charge Blade isn't skill hungry at all, in my opinion. I think Charge Blade is actually one of the weapons that needs less skills. Welcome back, Maple. And Rise, maybe? I mean, even then, like, it doesn't really have a skill tax, right? Need of Evade Extender and Rapid Morph. Literally everything needs Evade Extender in this game. Rapid Morph I don't think is necessary, to be honest. It's nice, sure, but it's not, like, necessary in the way that if you want to play Lance, you need to have Evasion or Guard, right? If you want to play Greatsword, you need Focus. It's helpful, but maybe it is in G rank. Just at the moment, it doesn't feel necessary to have it. Like, if I was doing this thing properly, this is so quick. Right? That's so quick. You don't need guard. I mean, if you're looking at it at that point, Wumbler, just any weapon in the game. Good luck playing the game, dude. You don't need attack skills to play a weapon. That's to optimize a weapon. These are different problems. Right? Because if you are genuinely just talking about every single weapon at that point. I personally don't guard with Charge Blade at all. To Charge Blade people's great dismay. But you don't need to guard with Charge Blade whatsoever. It works. It's not as good, but it works. Casually just teleported, don't worry. Let's go full on normal attacks. Yeah. Might be a little bit too hung up on meta, my friends. Just realised you also said Mr. Hungerstar. I didn't even read it that way. Great sword, all you need is offensive guard, full attack crit, straightforward. See, you're not talking about playing a weapon, Vungler. What you're talking about is optimizing a weapon. These are different things. You don't have to optimize every single weapon if you just want to try and play them. How do you play the early game? At that point, right? You can't get those skills right now. This is all I've got. Hi, Hyper. You don't need skill? I mean, you don't, really. For the most part, right? Early game doesn't really matter. The first third of the game doesn't matter.
I've been waiting for you. We have to stop this calamity. Which quest would you like?
Do you want a quest, Lugia? Do you want a low rank quest, or are you good? I feel like I might as well ask, but... Am I fighting Rise this time around? I mean, I'm in low rank at the moment, right? Sorry? I just don't need to be sorry. It's just like... I don't know what game you're playing, man. Because it's not Monster Hunter. You're playing... like, Mix Set Builder Supreme. There's so much more to Monster Hunter than just endgame mix sets. And the best possible weapon available, right? You're so busy staring at the peak that you didn't realize you could enjoy the climb. Ganesh are really enjoying early Master Rank quests. Whose quest is it? Lugia, if they want one. I don't know if Lugia wants a low rank quest.
I've got it.
You can't beat it without a weapon though, that's completely true. That is not the wildest thing anyone's done by far. This might kick our asses. Just so you're aware, Lugia. I am more than willing to try it, but this is a potential triple card situation. 2-star? No, we can do it. I'm glad to do it. I just want you to be prepared that this might be triple carded. You might get one hit. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fun to find out. I think I might get one hit, honestly. Oh, I forgot to do my Dango. God damn it. Getting beat up's also fun. Yeah, exactly. Unready and eat it then? I already ate. Which is why I got the little Dango symbol next to my standby. Up top of the screen. Are the caverns? Wait, are we in the fire map as well? Oh shit, look at that. Neat.
Trial by fire.
Power creep, seeing the necessity of killing special investigation, sub 10 minutes.
Torrent's most dire.
Yeah, if you put that on yourself, then you get too obsessed. There is more game outside of doing that, right? That's literally only the end of the game. Happens to a lot of people with Monster Hunter, right? A lot of people become so obsessed with certain aspects of it that it's almost like they forget that they can just have fun. In all aspects, the meta people, the fashion hunting people, the people who aggressively try and have fun and forget that they should just play the game. Oh, fuck. Yo, that wasn't that bad. Normal unenraged bite, but that wasn't that bad damage-wise. Man, he looks so weird not in World, though. I don't know why, it feels weird to have him in a game that's not World. You just want farm spec, you play a bit of Freedom Unite, makes you realise how much you miss it. I would like it back if it was an option. Not a necessity. Like if you could manually farm all of the stuff that you wanted to do, right? Because when you're forced to in Freedom Unite, holy crap, does it take a crap load of playtime. I missed his head, I hit his stubby little arm. God damn it. Gaijin and Daughter did stuff like sub 10 All-Mother in Base Rise Naked. I know they did Naked All-Mother. I don't know if they did it sub 10, did they? Not while also being naked. Definitely with skills, but... Also, I'm pretty sure Yuna did it blind, right? But that was with armor and equipment and stuff. Check if we've got any VODs left for the podcast episodes. Yeah. Is there a reason there wouldn't be any VODs? Imagine didn't delete his videos, did he? Not for speedrunning, just for playing properly. There's no such thing as playing properly. Everyone has their own way that they play. I remember seeing the Gavadown solo one. That was funny. Well, fools. I tried to trade, but it wasn't worth it. This actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, by the way. Anjanath's damage? I thought Anjanath's damage was going to be a nightmare. It nearly was just then. Any VOD you can find right now is the dark one. Fair enough. I hope he didn't delete any. No armor, no talismans, no buddies. Fair enough. Layered Vow Strikes to see your hunter. Oh, amazing. When you enter the dungeon, you have 4 items that give 1 extra heart and 1 that improves healing. You're on floor 2. Wow. You're not going to run into a health problem on that run. Hopefully. Hope that you find the vampire dude so you can just trade for a crap load of money, Hedgie. Because that just sounds like free money to me. Bonk. We're actually gonna take a brief little detour into here. To grab the crap load of mining that you can do around here for when we actually need all of these materials from this map. Twit'll be handy. just watched a really cool Elden Ring video. Nice. Was it the one to do with the mod that got ported over recently? Man, you spent hours on Volcano? What, just mining? Oh, it was the money-making method for a while, right? Door randomizer? Oh, yeah, I saw that. In my recommendeds. I didn't watch it for obvious reasons, but... Purely just mining. Oh, you built every weapon, right? You still remember the routes. Oh, God. Christ's sake. Your weapon choice is dictated so much. It's the only time. Should we play Sword and Shield? Is dictated? Who dictates it? Use that until you realize you had a lot of unused golden eggs, yeah. That team goes hard? Yeah. This one and the Wildspire are the best two in this game. Wildspire Waste? The desert island. Whatever it's called. I can't remember. Sandy Plains. I'm just looking forward to playing World for more randomizer next week. Your rules for it? Okay, fair enough. Don't look down on people having their own rules for games. I do it all the time. Can really tell that my weapon is just insufficient, huh? You ran Flooded Forest with Zenny later on. It's so funny to me. I never did any of that. I built all of the dual blades in Base Rise. Absolutely every single dual blade, and never once did I run for money or resource points. I never had to. Blows my mind. You built every weapon and armor and maxed out 40 rampage weapons? Jesus Christ. Why did you do so much? You have a problem, Komuro. Dude. Oh shit, I didn't realize. Just save the set. It saves layered armor as well. Me, Nezzy? Yeah. I have. Wyvern Riding for randomly popping your head in here and being annoying. I still like that literally the only person I've seen use Wyvern Riding so far is Crimson. I've played with what, like 5, 6 different people at this point, and one of them has used Wyvern Riding. Any idea where you can find a platinum egg? You found one apparently somewhere and it's 100k. I think the only place you get any of that stuff from is from the Kahoot nest, isn't it? It's cool, but gets kind of annoying after 400th time, yeah. Didn't take that many for me. I think the only place you get any of the eggs from is Kahoot Nest. Still trying to figure out after how many quests to go to Kahoot. 5. Nezzy. Sync it up with your Meowcenaries. Your Meowcenaries always take 5 quests to come back. Every time the Meowcenaries come back, go and check your Kahoot Nest. Because that's when it maxes out. It won't get any more stuff in it after 5 quests. So it perfectly lines up so you can just do it. You're welcome. It was very useful for me when I figured that out. Hey Jungle Cat, welcome back. Good to have you again. Welcome Randy, by the way, as well. Didn't say that. Good to have you here again, as well.
Have a look around.
Right, let me upgrade whatever the hell it was that I needed to upgrade. Oh. Neat. Let's have a little look-see here. Right, charge blades. I got a Kimura Warrior Blade, so upgrade this to that, can't do it. This goes to here, which I now can do. Cannot go to Nagakuga yet, though. So that's those. Insect Glaive. I need Ore 2 to Rathian. Let's add that to the wish list for the upgrades. And then the bone one, just to be upgraded down the bone line. Apparently needs Rathalos scales. Neat. Nightmare. No, it's Switch game time now, Chisel, unfortunately. I'm just upgrading all my weapons and stuff first to be in as good of a spot as possible. Don't appear to be able to upgrade anything here unless I can do that and I just missed it. But I'm pretty sure I couldn't. Nope. And Jewel Blades. We've got all of them here. We can't do these suckers. We had a bone one, which we also cannot do to there. And then I had the bottom one down here, which I also can't do.
The village is in your hands.
I mean, the only person who makes you do that, Vomgla, is you. You can just not do that. I thought you were using a Pookie sword, which you can upgrade. No, it was to Roggy that I can upgrade. It isn't to Pookie yet. I don't believe I have a Pookie weapon. No, I decided not to take a Pookie weapon in the end. Oh yeah, I can't gesture in this game because I have to press stuff on my keyboard. That is me done with Rise for today. I'll play some more Rise next week. It'll be on Saturday and Sunday. You can look on the schedule on the Twitch page. But that is that for Ryan. So I'm going to switch over to GU now. I'm just going to run, go to the loo, refill my drink, have a little snack, all of that stuff. So I'll be back in around 3-4-ish minutes or so. See you in just a sec.